on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on the stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We're going to talk a little bit about the energy we're currently experiencing. I know it feels like a lot, okay? We were able to anticipate and expect this. So, how do I walk through this in a way that you can understand best what you're potentially experiencing right now? So, we're going to start by going backwards a little bit. I want to remind you about the fact, I'm going to keep on bringing this up. We went through a Capricorn new moon in Cancer season. All right? And that is finding a new vulnerability, right? It's working into the context of the self. It's understanding and identifying a lot of the vulnerabilities we energetically feel. It can also be the type of energy that we experience as it relates to old wounds resurfacing. All right? We got all of that energy right now. And I want you to be very conscientious about that because, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we saw that was happening during that particular full moon. Because not only do we go through that full moon in Capricorn in Cancer season, so old wounds that come back to the surface in order so that we can heal them properly. And in the same exact energy, we had almost within hours of that happening, Mercury going into retrograde and Jupiter moving into Leo. Okay? What does that effectively articulate? It often, Jupiter, Jupiter moving into Leo with Mercury moving into Cancer is a conversation that often talks about the fact of working through, right? Working through consideration as it relates to having a healthy ego, right? The observation of being able to effectively identify or work through the sense or the perception of the self in a way that feels like it fortifies and clarifies, right? It's a continuation of the conversation that we often see in understanding that our job is not to get rid of the ego entirely. You need one of those. Okay. You need one of those. It's a protection. It's a protection of the self, right? And when the ego is in check, right? When the ego is in a space by which we feel correct with it, right? We can see it properly, right? We can identify and recognize and we can articulate upon the fact that we energetically observe it. And that's effectively, and I kind of want to describe this, right? Because in a way, and I love to kind of see it this way, you know, when we see Jupiter moving forward out of Cancer, and then we see Mercury pulling back into Cancer in that same way, right? It's the observation of being able to recognize and identify the work that we're effectively trying to do. And it also is it's also understanding or identifying how we are effectively patient in that work, right? It's I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to say something really important, particularly as we're navigating particularly as we're navigating this Mercury retrograde. Make sure that you're not energetically presuming, right? Make sure that you're not energetically presuming, and make sure that you're not building preclusions out of those presumptions, because that's what we often see in relationality to Leonine energy. Working into the context of being able to effectively navigate things from a compassionate way often requires the ability by which we apply patience to things, okay? And you'll often see this, right? You'll often see this with those with, I mean, we're going to get into it because I'm about to explain to you guys the tarot astrology that we read for. But, I like to kind of identify that we often see this work that comes up when we're working into Leo, which is, when we're feeling frustrated or upset, right? The first thing that we should effectively run towards in the cabinet is compassion, right? Because when we put compassion on things, beautiful things can occur. And that includes the self, okay? Most and first and foremost, that includes the self, right? So make sure that you're taking compassionate approaches to things, not only to those around you, but also to the self as well. Now, as this relates to all of the astrology, it is affecting every astrological sign very differently. And if you'd like to see the full astrology, you can find it over on the stack and over on the place where we keep the videos. Now, for those with Pisces placements, what we were effectively identifying, the key word for you right now is direction sense, right? Don't let your feelings get in the way of healthy direction. And that goes for the self, but that also goes in conversation in terms of what you might be helping others with right now. Because those feelings, right? Those feelings want to go all over the place, but making sure that you're effectively navigating that with a sense of healthy direction. Let that guide conversation right now. And again, particularly and especially, like don't let someone else get you carried away with your feelings, which was what was coming through. Now, for those with Aquarius placements, I feel like this is a time of building healthy connection. And in the work by which we're effectively articulating or building healthy connection is often identifying the connections that we recognize need mending is the best way I can see, like we can see that. So I feel like this is potentially for a lot of those with Aquarian placements, circumstances or experiences by which one is either identifying points of self-reflection or helping another person, right? Helping another person energetically reflect upon how, like I keep on seeing, like the work that we do to effectively heal into a connection is being able to understand the portion of care by which we have to apply into it. So I feel like there's something very important about that occurring for those with Aquarian placements. The word that was coming through for Capricorn placements was effectively steadfast. And what's nice, the thing about, and I feel like it's often the misperception that we often, Capricorns, I know that, here's the thing about it. I know for Capricorns, that word is really important, right? Because you have to understand that when we're working through things in a steadfast way, it doesn't it doesn't allow the context by which we aren't able to energetically rock things, right? So that's what I feel like is happening right now for a bit of the Capricorn energy. It's working through something in a steadfast fashion, but also understanding that steadfast allows for steadying as it relates to being able to perceive or see things that we ourselves could not necessarily achieve were it not for the ability of having the power of compassionate observation around the self. So I think it's really interesting because I feel like there's something important right there for Capricorns that we were seeing in relationality to taking steadfast approaches, but being able to effectively understand the conversations that allow us to find a better steady, if that makes sense. Now, for those with Sagittarian placements, it's interesting because the word that was coming through was improvement. And you have to understand the space by which we identify improvement is often identifying and recognizing what it is that we are effectively doing, but not just in the space by which we're energetically doing something, the space by which we're doing something that allows us to be able to do something differently. So, situations or circumstances by which one is effectively seeing, right? Being able to see the accomplishment of something that you've been working to energetically improve within the self, or having conversations with others in relationality to improvements that you yourself have seen. And so for a lot of that too, it's interesting too, because the other word that was coming through is like like the identification point of care that is energetically applied as we work to energetically improve. And that feels very, I feel like there's something interesting about it because I feel like in a way there's like a maturation process that's happening for a lot of those with Sagittarian placements, specifically and particularly as it relates into arriving towards a better sense or understanding of the self in the process. Now, for those with scorpionic placements, um, it was interesting because the word that was effectively coming through right now for scorpionic placements was um, personalized inquiry. And the reason we see personalized inquiry is it's often and it's in actually I need to correct that. It wasn't personalized inquiry. Personalized inquiry was for Libras, but even there it was working into not getting ahead of the self. Because what I was basically seeing in relationality, and we're going to talk about it because some of the work that we are identifying between Scorpio and Libra right now feels very, very similar. Okay. Because what's effectively happening right now for those with scorpionic placements is being able to recognize the full weight of what it is that one is able to navigate in recognition to seeing how another, right, seeing it energetically occurring outside of the self, right? And so it's almost, I feel like for a lot of scorpionic placements right now, it's being able to recognize how strong one is, right? The strength that one is able to effectively find in terms of honoring one's own journey, but then working fastidiously so that others do not have to energetically endure anything that required you to become strong in the first place, is what I keep on saying. So it's a little bit hard to explain because there isn't really a word for that I was able to effectively arrive to, but that is effectively what we see is happening right now for Scorpio placements, right? It's allowing for the care and consideration of the journey of the self so that others don't necessarily need to endure the same energetic burden the way that you yourself have. But it's not easy because, again, like I said, there's not even a word for it. So it might be feeling very surreal for you to a certain extent. Now, for those with Libra placements, the word I keep on seeing was effectively empowerment, right? And what's interesting about it is often when we see Libra placements working into the context of empowerment, it effectively identifies and recognizes what one feels energetically, like where one identifies the empowerment is coming from, right? And that's something that's very important that we often see that occurs in relationality to Libra placements. That beautiful quality of being able to effectively see what empowers, right? And this is something that's difficult to again, it's also a little bit tricky to explain because it doesn't feel like so much as it doesn't feel so much as like observing the empowerment point. Well, it could be to a certain extent understanding the empowerment point to the self, but it's seeing the empowerment points of others, right? It's recognizing or identifying what that empowerment point is that's allowing one to effectively feel more energetically empowered in relationality to how one is trying to, not only how one is trying to do things, but how one is trying to improve upon things. But it's also, it feels, I feel like for those with those placements, it can often potentially feel somewhat frustrating right now, particularly if you feel like another's empowerment is misplaced, if that makes sense. So make sure that you're having conversations about that as well. Now, continuing, for those with Virgo placements, um, it was very interesting because for Virgo placements right now, what we were effectively identifying was, and it's interesting because while I see that those with Libra placements are working in terms of identifying the empowerment point, I feel like those with Virgo placements are doing more work as it relates to navigating underpinnings. And when I basically identify underpinnings, the thing we often recognize, and I feel like this is important for those with Libra placements, um, your quality or your energetic desire to bring perfect into things is often misperceived, right? This is often something that happens with Virgo placements, right? Like there we see Virgo placements trying to energetically perfect things, but then others sometimes misperceive the perfecting, right? It can often come through as like the desire to energetically perfect can often come through as feeling like another person feeling wounded by it. So make sure those with Virgo placements, if there's something that you're trying to energetically perfect, you're explaining or articulating the nature and the reason why, right? Like allow the context of bringing positive, like think about delivering positive instead of pointing out negative is kind of the best way I can describe what I was seeing there. Now, um, in relationality to those with Leo placements, one of the things that we're effectively seeing there is working into the context or the understanding of expansion. And the thing about it, and I want to kind of describe what we're effectively seeing right now with Leo placements, is and this is what I meant in relationality to building into the context of patience. Leos often are the best way I can describe this for Leo placements is Leos are often working into the space by which they're trying to effectively bring, like, do something very big. But when you're trying to do something very big, you have to do something very patiently, right? Because it's the observation or the opportunity of energetically arriving into things. And when one is arriving into things, right, then you can't necessarily rush processes. So I feel like there's something very important about that because I would not be surprised right now if there's Leo energy that currently feels very pressed. If the word, like, that's the best way I could articulate it. But the pressing energy that I feel like a lot of Leos are potentially experiencing right now are like, and this is what I'm basically going to say to Leos. Have you tried putting a little compassion on the self in the process, right? You deserve compassion too, particularly and especially if you're working to energetically, if you're in the process of energetic expansion. So let that let that effectively help to identify and recognize, like it says to me. And again, we've got a lot of energy that's moving into Leo soon, and we're going to talk about that with that new moon that's coming up. But make sure that you're taking compassionate approaches to things, and make sure that that compassion that you're giving others, that you're not precluding yourself in the process. Okay. You also deserve a little bit of that compassion that you're handing out to everyone around you. Now, for those with Cancer placements, um, I think that there's something very. I feel like the thing that was coming through, and I feel like this is really important for Cancer placements right now. Make sure that you're telling others that this is a sacred time for you. okay? And you have to understand this because it has to do, and I was talking basically about the quality by which we often navigate solar returns, right? Every sign navigates solar returns in different ways. And the thing we often see with those with Cancerian placements, and this is why often, like when it's like, when it's a solar return time for someone with Cancer placements, you can't find them anywhere because it's the understanding or the observation of working through what feels energetically supportive to the self. It's also the observation of not necessarily like I keep on seeing like almost like having to navigate others around you that want to do something big and you articulating like what it means to do something more small and intimate is what I keep on getting. Because again, particularly this season, with all of the energy that I see around this, like that ability of effectively telling others what would be effectively, what would mean a lot to the self, will effectively allow you to be able to move through things right now in a way that feels fortifying in the best way possible because you are effectively setting the pace. So think about setting the pace towards the sacred in the best way possible. Now, for those who have Gemini placements, what's interesting that I was seeing with those with Gemini placements right now is potentially trying, like building into the context of having something to energetically look forward to, or giving yourself, like I almost feel like for a lot of Gemini energy right now, it's like moving into like Taurus, finding something that helps you kind of move towards the better thought, or helping effectively identify or recognize what feels energetically positive. I like to point out this is often something that happens with Gemini placements because there's so much activation during your season or your solar return that it can sometimes feel like a little bit like the word that was coming through was ennui, right? Move back towards the we. Okay? Like the way you walk out of the way you walk out of ennui is by adding we to things, right? So step out of your comfort zone. Do something that you haven't done before, right? If you can't find any we, like if you can't find any joy, you can make your own by, encouraging yourself to do things that you haven't necessarily done before. So just be conscientious of that as you're navigating this energy. Now, for those with Taurus placements, the thing, it was very interesting because I feel like for those with Taurus placements, it was navigating or working through a situation or circumstance that made you feel somewhat awkward, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is, particularly as it relates or as we recognize or identify awkwardness, the ability to energetically conversate, or the ability to effectively identify or work through things so that another person, the best way to navigate awkwardness is by telling another person what would have been less awkward, right? Because that is how you find the energetic improvement point to things. But even in the space by which one is working through that, make sure that you're articulating that. Don't presume that someone was trying to make something awkward for you. Give that observation of being able to explain what would be less, and then see if that makes the difference, right? Now for Aries placements, let's talk a bit about let's talk a little bit about those Aries placements, because what I was seeing right now for Aries placements is, remember, you get further you get further from articulating to another person. Like if someone is being audacious to you, provide examples, right? Don't get upset, but articulate to another what would be like, but what something is energetically comparable to, is what I keep on seeing. There's something really important, and I want to point out An example is not comparison, right? An example is being able to examine something because it feels energetically similar to something that you yourself, like that you have previously experienced. So make sure, if you're feeling energetically frustrated by something, make sure that you're reaching into the index of the self to provide an example, because that is often, right? That is often how we energetically work through something, but in a way that allows for the identification point of what we feel effectively could improve, right? And I think, and what's hard about that, especially as it relates to air, like something about Aries placements right now, is, the observation of working through it, but also being able to articulate to another, like why something felt energetically out of place, or why something is someone is doing um feels like, it's almost like it feels like it's giving like a healthy critique instead of a criticism, is the best way I can describe it. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. If you would like to find those full readings, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on my Stack as a podcast. I'd also invite you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 16th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with an exploration into the two cards of the minor arcana. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity, if you have any questions, a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, and an opportunity of meeting with me personally so we can assess where you are on your personal tarot journey, and I can give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving forward. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, make sure that you're giving me a follow there, because I post there updates, all my updates, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will let you know about what we've been seeing energetically in the cards on a lunate based on the lunation cycle. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we navigated. I'll have one coming up shortly about the new moon we've got on the horizon, as well as my newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings today. And if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I have 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more from my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to, as I mentioned, also we're doing a giveaway today for those who are joining us on the Clock app. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, love? Good to see you. And welcome as well. How are you doing today, Addie? Good to see you as well. Thank you for sharing the live, Nikki. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well, Grand Rising Minnie. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you as well. Oh, I appreciate that, Minnie. Thank you for your patience. I was working through a couple of technical issues this morning. Absolutely. Happy Friday, Minnie. Welcome. How are you doing as well, David? Thank you, Per, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I love that. I think that that's a beautiful way to approach that, Minnie. Yeah. I've been telling myself, not going to make any decisions or conclusions when you're in a lack space. Beautifully stated. How you doing today, Chasing? Sending you support, Nikki. And Shell. And I want to point out, listen, if there are moments or opportunities by which you feel like, and I'm going to tell you again, this Mercury retrograde in Cancer, it's going to hit you right in the feelings, right? It's going to potentially bring up feelings as it relates to old wounds, but being able to articulate and identify what feels supportive is how we can effectively move through things. Shelly, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Adam. Welcome. Excellent. Absolutely. The Libra one feels very on point for me. I swear I could get like 5 different readings today. I appreciate that, Nikki. I know. And listen, I'm going to tell you, this energy can bring a lot of emotionality up. So making sure that you're allowing yourself to effectively feel fortified as you're navigating it is like what feels helpful versus not what feels like it's creating anything that feels like you're dwelling within it. Yeah, pressed is the word. Understood. Sending you support, Chasing. Absolutely. Hi there, Lydia. Yeah, I just saw that you came in. I'm happy to add you to the list. We've already got a list today, so you'll be 8th on the list, if that's okay. Perfect. All right. No problem. And I've added you back. I just need to confirm the date that you were on the list. Just bear with me a moment, dear. Okay. And just bear with me a minute. Lydia, what date was that? I got you. It was the 5th. Okay, you're all set. Okay. Perfect. And welcome to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. Yes, Surin, these are tarot readings that we're doing here. We're about to get started on the personal readings. We are a bit short on time today, so we're going to be prioritizing personal readings. If we have time, once we complete the personals, we'll try to do it. We will try to do a collective. And thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. I've got one more spot available today. I'll also point out that often the way that it works here in relationality to those that might not be able to afford a reading, that often the guides recognize what we can't, when we can and cannot effectively afford. So if there's something here that you energetically need, it's very, very possible that what another person is reading for, you are also able to receive. Absolutely. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. In terms of this, welcome Nature Vibe. How are you doing today? And how are you doing as well, AJ? Absolutely. Oh no, no worries, Lydia. Listen, I'll tell you right now. You know the way it works here. You'll never miss a reading here, right? If you get on the list, we'll always honor the fact that you're on the list, and I appreciate you coming back for the reading. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Yes, Misa, we're going to be doing live readings today. Absolutely. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Hi there, Alexandra. Good to see you. I've got you on the list here. I'm going to read the list before we get started to confirm. If you are on the list, if you've sent to get on the list and I haven't named you, just go ahead and let me know the initial that you sent the donation through, and I'll be happy to confirm your space on the list. Yes, absolutely. And welcome, AJ. How you doing today, Nature? Mhm. Excellent. All right, so the list we have right now is we've got Bianca, and we've got Nix, Julia, Alexandra, Nicole, Per, and Addison. We're then going to do the one card readings for super fans and for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. And then we're going to continue into Lydia and Nikki. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. Hi there, Nature. We are doing personal tarot readings right now. We're about to get started. We just finished on the recap of the Daily Collective. To get on the list, Adam, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for those who are non-subscribers. If you become a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, it is 4 cards for $23. And also anyone who's a paid member is entitled to a free 1 card reading each day. How are you doing today, Killed? Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. So the list the first person we are reading for today is going to be Bianca. Bianca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Grand Rising Glam, so good to see you today. And also please remember, friends, we're at 14K. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Second call right now for Bianca. Second call right now for Bianca. If Bianca is not here, the next person on the list is Nix. Nix or Bianca. Nix or, oh, hi dear, how you doing today? Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I believe you said that you posted it in, yes, I got you, thank you. And just a reminder, if you are a paid subscriber, you also have access to our subscriber only disco channel. And just bear with me a moment as I pull up that question. And you said it was under general? Yes. Perfect. All right. I got you, dear. And before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you. We will do that again after the next reading. Okay. And thank you, Tina, for the follow. All right. Outside tea. Hmm. 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 All right, so we are doing a reading right now in relationality to navigating, um, in navigating a circumstance or situation related to love, but not just related to love, but working through energetic conflict within the family system that is energetically occurring. um, that's effectively creating the space of being energetically excluded or working into the context of being excluded. Um, and effectively identifying or recognizing how to navigate that difficulty in the best way possible. What is the potential for harmony, healing, and acceptance between myself and the energetic blockage that I am experiencing in the future? If not, how can I best navigate my own feeling of peace and honor my feelings while navigating through these hurdles and boundaries? Can I please get 4 cards, please? And thank you for your patience. You'll be getting an additional card as well. And 1 more. So I feel like the conversation that you need to have is helping your counterpart understand the valuation of doing things from a point of maturation is often working through the space by which we don't necessarily navigate or work into the context of another's unreason. Okay? And I think that that's something that's very important. because the conversation that we often navigate, and this is often what happens in relationality to working through others, unreason, right? Which is the modality by which the observation of what one is energetically asking from another, right, is literally the space by which an individual is creating, right, is creating more anger in the process, right? So the observation of being able to identify the difference between the statement of an, like for instance, as the best way to describe it, I'm trying to go through, it's interesting because there's an ancestral guide that's connected to this that's trying to articulate their feelings upon it because they're identifying that something similar happened to them. But the modality by which we understand and say to another, it would please me, right? Like the space by which we say to another, right, this is something that would make me energetically happy, is the opportunity that we make available for another to move into something in the context by which they understand that that would be the sound of being able to help another person reach a higher form of joy. But the identification or building into what they're really doing is they're creating an environment of energetic inclusivity by which they're losing the entire spirit of meaning upon something because they're qualitatively articulating an energetic threat, right? Instead of sharing joy in something. Okay, you can't, there's nothing, there's nothing beautiful in moving towards something if it feels like an energetic threat. And so that's what I feel like you have to articulate. The difference between a conversation and a threat is the space by which another person says, this is something that would greatly please me, right? This is something that would bring joy to me, versus someone who's potentially using it to identify the space by which they're not recognizing that they're treating someone like a child, right? Because the identification point, and this is an inner child wound that needs to be healed, right? The observation of understanding that when we're in a point of and you see how even as I'm reading this, the energetic wound, right? The space or nature by which we don't say to each other, you have to do something, but this space or nature by which you articulate the choice, right? The identification of effectively inviting another to energetically share something. So I feel like this is the space by which, and I feel like that is the conversation that you can have with your counterpart, in the fact by which another person has put you in a circumstance that is entirely isolating, right? Because even in the space, even in the space by which you would move towards something now, right? They've effectively, they've in a way spoiled that energetic journey for you, right? Because it's one that they've effectively created that feels like that you're under a state of energetic duress, right? The duress that they've energetically created as you're trying to move towards something is not something that can be effectively navigated, right? It's not, it's there now, right? So like even in the space by which they're effectively working through that, they've put you in a position that is not ideal, because it's the quality by which you can't embrace something authentically, but rather the space by which another person is identifying the quality by which you're doing it specifically for them. So it's basically the possibility or the understanding of having a conversation first about that, and then also in relationality to the understanding that family, right? The articulation of family is the manifestation of building into a space or place of energetic welcoming, right? And the quality and condition by which another person is effectively damaging a relationship, right? Damaging a relationship by effectively trying to energetically exclude, right? Then what's really happening there is it's the space like that, like I keep on saying, especially with this Five of Pentacles and it's upright, it's a maturation issue, right? There's somebody there, I think you've seen this. This is the wounded child that is afraid to let go. This is the wounded child that is articulating upon, it's like I see someone who doesn't want to let go of the space by which they're energetically caring for someone, right? And so in the observation of helping them recognize that even in the quality and condition by which they're trying to set a condition, right? Then what's really happening there is that is the energy of another that is continuing to infantilize someone, right? So make sure the conversation you're having is how they can navigate the pain of someone that is effectively having a hard time recognizing that the person that they care about is no longer a child, which is the space by which you can't just articulate, like the space by which you can't articulate something in the space by which you say, right, do this or else, but the space by which we articulate and say, allowing, when we come into maturation, we don't create restrictions, we open possibilities or we open opportunities. So I feel like even in this, there's a conversation to be had with your counterpart about how they can better navigate the wound of an individual that is having a hard time letting go of them or seeing them as a child. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And it's interesting too, because I keep on, when I read for this right now, I've got an ancestral coming towards you. But what's interesting about it is it doesn't feel like it's your ancestral. It feels like someone connected to your counterpart that is trying to effectively allow this to be a healing journey. But it's requiring, I keep on getting, it's requiring a lot of patience and conversation in the observation of the uncomfortable situation that someone is putting you into, in that anything, it precludes you doing something in a determinative way so much as doing it specifically to energetically please another person. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I have one spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is, I'm still looking for Nyx. Nyx, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It's interesting too, because the person that was coming through was the person that was effectively responsible for that inner child wound, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like and it's interesting too, because I almost feel like it feels like someone trying to issue you an apology in spirit. So I just want to convey that as well, because and like there's something in relationality to another person identifying or articulating that, like it's like there's some extra messages there, which I'll send to you privately, Minnie, because I keep on seeing that there's somebody in spirit that's effectively weeping over this situation. Hi there, Reza. How you doing today? Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Thank you, Emily, for the follow as well. And thank you for sharing the live, Adam. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, just bear with me a moment. Mm-hmm. Oh, I appreciate that. As are you, Reza. Mm-hmm. Hi there. Thank you for the follow, dear. Yeah. Hi there. Absolutely. Just reading over. The eagle in this reading, the eagle in this reading is effectively, and you have to understand it's a quality, it was what I was seeing in terms of someone that's understanding that, and I want to kind of show you in this context, like you see the ferocity of that, which is what the ferocity of the eagle is supposed to be there to be energetically protective of things, not to hurt others with them. And that's why we see in this space that, like, remember I said that there's someone in spirit that's very incensed about this, because it feels like another, it's like it's somebody who's using the spirit of something to hurt another. um when someone uses the spirit, like when someone when someone uses the spirit of something to hurt another, they're literally moving antithetical to spirit, right? Which is why there was somebody in spirit that was weeping over this, because another person doesn't recognize the quality or damage that they're doing in the context of the present. Mm-hmm. Like we don't use, it's like one of the, you don't use the spirit of things to hurt others. Like that's not what spirit's for. Yeah. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. I know they can be really intense. No, I can see it. It says to me like it's a bunch of, I see a bunch of energy trying to navigate a situation as well as one can. But it's also like it says that it requires another person to identify the fact that they're not, like it feels like someone who's still trying to infantilize another is what I was identifying there. I need to point out, servant, that if you open your Bible for inspiration, you're practicing a form of divination called bibliomancy. Yeshua never said anything oppositional to utilizing the tarot to connect to the higher. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. How you doing today, Nicole? Grand Rising, Ella. Good to see you today. And I hope these messages help Minnie. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Just reading over. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that there's definitely more conversation needed. I hope this helps, dear. Hi there. How you doing today, Bolton? It's 3 cards for 29 for a personal. And Christina, thank you for the follow. Stella, I will confirm the list is now closed today. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Yeah, and that's why I saw somebody in spirit weeping, because if you try to utilize spirit to weaponize, right, it's really, it's not good, because you have to understand those in spirit understand the context of what they've done, like what they've done to themselves energetically. Yeah. All right, let's continue. The next person we're reading for today, if Nix is not here, is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, I wanted to ask about that. Can you not hear this? Yeah, you know, the thing about it is I was trying to test. The new connection I have. So again, if there's any issues in relationality to hearing me, please let me know. All right, let's continue. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Okay, I really appreciate that, Nikki. Thank you for letting me know. All right, let's continue right now. And just a reminder, the list is now closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. All right. These ears are very sensitive. Yep, absolutely. All right, second call right now. Okay, it's the same for you, Janae. I appreciate it. I'll see what I can do to kind of work to resolve that. Thank you guys so much for the update. The next person we're reading for today, if Julia is not here, the next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, Tare. Yep, I got you, Stella. The list we have right now is Nyx, Julia, Alexandra, Nicole, Per, Addison, Lydia, Nikki, and Stella. Excellent. So above we are streaming in multiple locations. So if you can't see everyone I'm speaking to, that's because I'm speaking to those who are on another platform. And also, this will be the last time you'll see me because you tried to claim someone's reading that was not yours to claim. Okay. I got you, Alexandra. One moment, please. All right, where were we? And we've got inside tea here. So I just need a moment. I just need a moment to read it over before we continue. And so while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles. I'm going to, with an intuition check, I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Bridget. It was a blackbird. Excellent. All right. Let's see here. And while I need a moment to read over this, so before we continue, I want to give you guys a hearth warmer, so something to discuss as I read. How are you working to feel your feelings more, but in a positive way? Oh, that's really cute, Alexandra. Hold on a minute. I got you, dear. So we're doing an energetic update in relationality to a connection. Excellent. I appreciate that, Alexandra. That's what I figured. Grand Rising, Laurel. Good to see you today. And let me just pin up Alexandra here. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you. And 1 more. So one thing I'm seeing in relation at, like, the one thing I want to identify in relationality to working through one's own feelings is, and it's interesting too, because you're talking about some kind of energetic feeling of uncertainty. And the best way to effectively navigate this is being able to identify if this is a feeling that you felt before. Okay? And it's interesting. This is coming specifically through the guide. Is this a new feeling? Or is this a feeling that you're working to resolve within the self? Because, and is this, and if you could find, and I feel like there's, like, that's the thing about this too, especially with this Raven energy. If there's a word that you could associate, right? What we need you to do right now, is we need you to define the word. Hold on. Where's your book? Yeah. You have to work to define the word, is what I'm seeing here. And so the way you're going to work to define the word is by the first thing you're going to ask yourself is, have you felt this word? Have you felt this feeling before? Or is this a new feeling? Because, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because, and I'm just going with what your guides are articulating. When we're navigating into union, abandonment wounds are going to come up, right? And the reason I'm articulating or identifying whether I'm asking you if this is something that if this feeling feels familiar, then that is something, then we want to identify every time you have felt that feeling. And not just identifying every time you've felt that feeling, but what was the environment occurring around the feeling? Because, and it has a lot to do in relationality to the context of the way that you feel about this individual. I feel like this is like, you have to understand that this relationship is going to bring a lot of feelings up because the intimacy is already there. And this is how you prepare for it. Just bear with me. In relationality to, hold on a moment. Oh, I see what's happening here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, can I get some bottom of the deck on it? Yeah, particularly, let me see here. Let me just make a note. There are a lot of, hold on. Hold on, I'm just writing down some information. So the one thing I want to articulate around this that I think is really important is navigating the nature of care is built on emotional awareness, is what I keep on seeing. And the context of effectively, and I think that this is something that you should probably feel comfortable talking to another individual about, because I keep on trying to read into it, but there's all this, there's all this shadow work that's coming up around this, right? And what you're like, basically what the best way I can describe what I'm seeing is what you're feeling, like what you're feeling right now is the energetic shadow work around the around the relationship. This is the best way I can identify or help you through some of that shadow work that I'm seeing. And I feel like this is coming through immediately in the context of the guides. When we care about each other, right? The most beautiful act of care, right? The most beautiful act of care that we can navigate for one another is being respective and respectful of one another's boundaries, right? There's something very important about a level of care that precludes the feelings of the self to maintain the comfort of another. And I feel like that's what you need to write down from this reading to help with some of that shadow work I'm seeing. Is what you're navigating, the observation of the quality and characteristic of someone who shows an ability to preclude the feelings of the self to maintain the comfort of another. Because if that is like, if that's the energy you're experiencing, I'm going to tell you right now, that's the safest energy you've ever experienced. That's the safest energy in the room. All right, I want you to just recognize that. If that is the articulation point, and I think that's why I'm going to ask you to write that down, because I feel like there's a lot, like every time I'm reading into this, there's a lot of feelings coming up there. Someone who precludes the feelings of the self to maintain the comfort of another. See if that helps navigate what you're energetically feeling, or see how it effectively changes how you feel about about what you're working through. That's coming specifically, and it's interesting too, because I keep on trying to read into both of your guides, and the message is unified, right? That's where your guides' messages are becoming unified. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list tomorrow and you'll have first priority. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Laurel. How you doing today, dear? Good to see you. Yeah. Oh, that's so exciting, Laurel. I hope it's going well. Absolutely. Guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. Readers supporting readers. And again, I'd say, Laurel, like, if you want to you can post that information on where you are in our member product and service section over on the Disco, if you want to help others support you as well. And Paula, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Excellent. How you doing today, Courtney? Thank you for the follow. We are focused right now. We're on a limited time today, Julia, so we're prioritizing personals. We're going to see if we have time for a collective. Yeah. I hope what I was telling you, I'm just reading over. So I feel like I see somebody who prioritizes protecting your feelings. Yeah. No, I can see why the feelings are heavy, because it's intense. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah. And I want to point this out. Someone who cares about you is going to be respective in terms of allowing you the time that you need to energetically process through things, right? So make sure that you're talking, like make sure that you're talking through it. But also like, and this is what I meant, especially, I'm going to say, especially if you felt like that change occurred around the time of the full moon. Okay, because I'm going to tell you right now, this energy that we're experiencing right now is very similar to like working through a raw nerve, right? It's a lot of that intensity. So just be respective of the fact that some of this is also energetic. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person that we're reading through for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. All right, and just bear with me a moment. Hi there, Gmo. I appreciate it. Absolutely. I need to point out, Shane, there's nothing here that Yahshua would be opposed about. We're helping each other heal. And I also want to point out that utilizing Yahshua's name in vain to cast judgment is you effectively taking Yahshua's name in vain. Yahshua was not in the space of effectively trying to hurt each other with their name being utilized. I don't think that Yahshua would be very keen on that. So, and if you're utilizing their name to strike fear, you're literally doing what is antithetical to what Yahshua was trying to do while they were here. I hope you find the healing that you're seeking, Shane. I truly do. I've got a very simple rule, the same one Yahshua had. You can stay as long as you're kind and compassionate to those who are in this space to experience what we're trying to create here. And if you're going to utilize others' names to cast judgment upon people, then that is a space by which you are the source of the energetic fear, and I can't allow that to be here. Thank you. All right, let's continue right now. And Courtney, thank you for the follow, dear. Absolutely, Alexandra. And I think that, like, again, I really appreciate the fact that you articulated that your Venus is in the 8th house. Yeah, like I feel like there's some important work I see that's happening right now, particularly as it relates to your sign work. So I want you to effectively recognize that all of this is effectively happening at a time where you couldn't be feeling more energetically sensitive, right? So just be conscientious about that, which is why I said, like, just take patient approaches as it relates to working into the context of how one is effectively working on that feeling. So again, first thing to do though is make sure that you're identifying the source of that food feeling and whether you felt it before, and if you felt it before, what was happening in those moments by which it occurred. Thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. As I mentioned, the next person we're reading for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And in the meantime, thank you for that. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Well done, Bridget. Look at you go. Absolutely. Excellent. Let me just pull up Julia's question. What? Oh, dear. I got you, dear. Okay. Ugh. All right, we'll get through it. Come here. Okay. All right, just bear with me. I know you're on a roll today, Bridget. Okay. And one more, please. All right. So, yeah, the thing about it is, I mean, I think you kind of recognize, um, I feel like there's a lot of work I'm seeing that you're recognizing or identifying or coming, like you're coming into arriving to what your purpose is, right? Like when every time I read for you, I just want to describe what I'm seeing there is, and we're going to continue to talk about this. Like when you arrive into your purpose, you're going to like, you're going to have a lot of feelings. Like, and I think I already, like, you know, and it's interesting too, because I just got to read it from the perspective of the angelic that's around you, which says, um, the the quality or the condition by which others are effectively articulating or working into the context of like emotions when you come into your purpose, there should not be the only sound that should be occurring right now if you're coming into your purpose. And I want you to write this down. Like, I want you to write this down because I feel like this word is going to help to a certain extent. Just bear with me a moment. I'm looking for your book. The word I keep on seeing around something is proud, right? And the reason I'm defining or recognizing the word proud, and like I just want to show you, like, this is how the guides wanted me to write it down, right? Like, proud is loud. Proud is proud is loud. Proud is like, and I think that that's what's important in relationality to what you're effectively working through, right? Which is almost like, I literally see a situation where like someone's yelling at you and you being like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you over all of this pride, like all of this healthy, right? And let's articulate this, right? And I keep on getting, there's a difference between proud and there's a difference between proud and pride. Hold on, I want to write. This is really interesting. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah, because you have to understand that, um, when we're working through, right? Um, like when we identify that proud is loud, and this is what's beautiful about it. Proud is loud because proud is quiet. right? so, so it's the understanding, right? That when one is actually moving through, when one is doing something in a proud way, it's not the fact that you're doing it for the self, right? You're identifying or you're working through a lot of moving parts, right? Um, and it's often, and what I'm basically seeing there, and that's why I keep on, and it's funny because like that's what I meant about the identification of saying proud is loud, but it's proud is loud in a space by which one doesn't necessarily do it for the self, but in the way by which one is trying to articulate what it is that one is trying to communicate, right? Like often, like, and that's often something that is very difficult, right? Because the difference with that is what often others identify or try to articulate in relationality to um, you know the state or nature by when one is moving through a point by which the proudness is directed to the self, right? Then it's often like that is the space by which it's not necessarily it's not the observation um of it's not the consideration point, right? And so I want you to understand the reason I feel like your angelics are trying to articulate this is I feel like I see you moving through things and doing everything that one can to the best of your ability, to effectively not only like work through things effectively, but doing it in the most gentle way possible. And often in that space, um, and this is what I meant, like, and I think that you kind of saw that too, right? That modality, like that experience by which you had to navigate, right? And I want you to understand, you experienced something that was difficult. And what did you do? You were responsible through it, right? You were energetically responsible through it, right? You didn't, you did what was energetically necessary, right? You did what was energetically necessary to deal with a circumstance or situation, right? To deal with a circumstance or situation that needed to be resolved, right? And that is, I feel like they're showing that as a qualifier to what you've been doing the whole time, right? Here's the thing you have to know, you've been doing that the whole time. And the reason you understand you've been doing that the whole time is because you were doing it, right? You were doing it energetically, right? That is the amount of repair work, right? That is the amount of repair work by which you've been going through experiences and picking yourself up, right? And just allowing yourself to energetically continue. And even in the space by which, and here's what I keep on getting, even in the space by which you feel, right? Bottom of the deck on this. Mm-hmm. Right? It's okay for you to be in experiences by which you allow for that conscientious point by which you also are deserving of care, right? That the observation or the understanding of being able to effectively do something entirely, right? Like you being in the modality of working through the responsibility point, I feel like what's effectively happening there, and especially in relationality to the energy that's around you, right, is everybody else, like I want you to see this, like I feel like you're leaving an experience by which everybody else was putting energetic pressure on you, right? And then trying to effectively articulate that your ability to ask for care through things was an energetic vulnerability. And I think that one of the things that you'll effectively have to become aware of, right, as you effectively continue to heal, is those observations of others looking towards you and articulating and saying, where are those, right? Where are those whose responsibility is to be there to energetically support you, right? You've been doing, I want you to understand what you're observing is the space. Like you're observing the lack space as it relates to a support structure. And and again, even in the space by which I see this, right? Like the message that was coming through, particularly from the angelics, is like I keep on hearing like prepare for the proud, right? Which is prepare for energy that's effectively going to see you. And the thing that's going to feel weird for you is others potentially articulating to you over and over again, like, do you realize how energetically strong you are? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is closed for today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have a priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of birds in this deck, Penny. There's a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Proud. Yeah, proud is extremely quiet. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. You laughed a bunch, but I did what I had to do and was a bit angry, but I still did what I needed to do. You have to understand, you just articulated how your guides see you navigating your whole journey. I have to write down what you wrote there because it's very important. Mm-hmm. I did what I had to do and was a bit angry, but still what I needed to do. God, yeah. That's how that's how the guides see you. Mm-hmm. The whole time. That is what you have to recognize. The whole time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Bridget. Oh, I'm sending you so much support. I'm sending you both so much support on that journey today, dear. Oh, good Lord. All right. All right, let's continue right now. The next person that we're reading for today is, I'm still looking for Nyx. If Nyx isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Nicole. I'm going back to read over some of those comments. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. I can imagine. Ugh. Mm-hmm. But that's what I mean, right? Like a bunch of like you see like again, right? A bunch of energy articulating again, what are you experiencing? You're recognizing, others are recognizing, right? Your own ability to navigate difficulty. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And sending you so much support, dear. Oh my good, I get it, Bridget, completely. Yeah, they were affirming. Thank you for confirming, Julia. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And we're also at 26.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. If Julia, sorry, if Nicole is not here, the next person on the list for today is Per. I know that Nicole sometimes has to step in and out. So excellent. Absolutely, Bridget. And Hardy, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. All right, dream on the disco. We got a dream coming up. Bear with me a moment. Hmm. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We'll do that again after the next reading. And you guys know what we do. We've got a dream to interpret. We've got the dream coconut. Outside tea. The beginning of the dream was most likely a story being told by someone from the second part of the dream, where I was at the office. That isn't too strange since I've been having layered or interwoven dreams this week. Part 1. Someone was telling a story, and I was seeing it as if it were actually there, following the characters from behind without the narrator's voice. A group of about 4 or 5 teenage boys were cycling home in the dark. The group stopped and the boys told one of the boys to take a specific route. He had to turn right and then right again and then left. He took that route on his own, and I left the rest of the group to follow him. I was like a shadow. He had no idea I was following him. He rode his bike across a grassy field and through narrow alleyways until he arrived at a place where a lot of clowns were standing outside a gate. Not the colorful, cheerful kind, but a bit of scary ones. The whole atmosphere felt grim and shady. The building was surrounded by a fence, and I somehow decided it had to be a circus building, even though I couldn't actually see much of it from where I was standing outside the fence. The boy walked inside, and I followed him. As soon as I stepped inside the fenced area, the boy was gone, and I was no longer just an observer. I had become the main character again. I was sitting in a room in front of a desk with the head clown sitting behind it, and he looked roughly like the picture, except the makeup around his left eye, from my perspective, had smudged across a large part of his cheek. The clown was angrily explaining or lecturing me about something. He even stood up and pointed his finger at me. Whatever he was saying just went in one ear and out the other. I simply sat there watching him. I wasn't intimidated or particularly impressed. And then suddenly I found myself in the office building on the fourth floor with my actual male work besties. It was Friday, and I was surprised to see them and myself at the office on a Friday. We're usually there on Tuesdays. We were wandering around the hallways on the fourth floor and decided to go down to the first floor. Em and I found a place for our laptops in the room that's normally used by management and the executive assistants. We lost track of that individual for a while, but they showed up again. And in the end, they decided to head home to work there. We were chatting for a bit longer. Got it. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? And 1 more. So we're going to start reading these dreams. So the dreams that we're effectively seeing here are working through shadow work. And the shadow work that we're effectively identifying is working through the shadow work as it relates to those that are in the context of working towards maturation. Okay? Now you have to understand that we start this in the space by which someone was telling you a story, and you were seeing it as if it were actually there and following the characters from behind, okay? Without the narrator's voice, right? So it's the space by which you recognize the quality and condition by which you're already embodying, right? You're already working into embodying the figures, okay? And you said a group of 4 or 5 individuals were cycling in the dark, and you identified that they stopped, and the boys told one of the boys to take a specific route. He had to turn right and then right again and then left. This is why we see, and this is the thing that's energetically important here, right? Because it's the understanding of you potentially identifying and recognizing the formation of another's abandonment wound, right? And what is the energetic abandonment wound that we potentially see is occurring there, right? The space by which what's actually occurring there is the understanding of individuals that are leaving someone out, right? The nature by which they're leaving someone out by articulating them directions that effectively separate them from the group dynamic. So you're literally observing the quality and tendency of those that are working into, right, the context of being unhealed in potentially trying to energetically estrange another, right? And that observation, right, working into the pathwork of recognizing the quality and condition by which another would do that, then brings us to the fact that this is why you in the dream space chose to follow that particular individual, because, right, it's understanding the work that's effectively occurring from that point. Everything else that occurs from here, we now see that you are embodying the perspective of that energy, right? And you identify the fact that that individual is taking a root on their own, right? And so this is often what you're identifying, because the quality and condition, right? The quality and condition of someone navigating others' cruelty, what does it effectively create? Independence, right? The quality and condition, when one experiences cruelty, one finds energetic independence, because it's the understanding of the quality and condition of the the codependency, right? The observation that those that are often left out are able to see group dynamics better than anybody else, because they see the quality and condition by which others effectively go along with something instead of articulating or speaking up for someone. So we effectively identify that that is what is energetically occurring in that modality. So and this is why you said that you are like a shadow, because in the space by which you articulated in the dream space that you are a shadow, you are effectively identifying another shadow, right? Working through their shadow work. And then you identify that they rode their bike across a field and through narrow alleyways until they arrived at a place where a lot of clowns were standing outside a gate. But here's the thing you have to understand: the quality and condition of the clowns, right? That is how it's the identification point that those that separated, right, those that separated from them are now clowns, right? And why are they effectively clowns? Because they do things for a laugh. They do things for others. They do things to entertain each other, not being mindful of how it might make another individual feel. So those clowns that you saw that were by the gate are effectively the individuals that estrange the energy in the first place, because it's the observation of the identification point that they've embodied clown, because they prioritized their fun over another person's feelings. So what do you see there? You see the individual now has the ability of seeing the cruelty in the world by those who effectively are in the negative space of delighting in their own pleasure rather than moving with a sense of purpose. So we identify that you see in that modality, right, the energetic cruelty point that was identified or articulated in the outside of a gate, right? And that was not a colorful or cheerful kind you identified, but scary. So this is you seeing the opposite of a sacred clown. You're seeing a cruel clown. You're seeing a clown that does not do something to create joy, but effectively takes joy from others for the sense of their own amusement and pleasure. And this is the observation that you're identifying in the space by which that energy was separated. They get the wisdom and the perception of being able to see others in that quality and characteristic. And that's why you identified the fact that the whole atmosphere was grim and shady, because it's grim and shady because that is the energy surrounding those that would do something like that, right? This is the eyes that you see in spirit that another person doesn't recognize. When we articulate and we say you don't know what you've done, This is why, because this is the energy that they've effectively created for themselves in that moment. And then you identified that the boy walked inside and you followed. Did you notice that the other energy could not go into the gate? Did you notice the fact that the other energy could not proceed with them? And then you identified and said that as soon as you stepped inside that fenced area, the individual was gone. And you were no longer just an observer, that you had effectively become the main character again, but you're not the main character in this modality. You are embodying the perception of that individual that you yourself followed. And what did you see in the modality of navigating into that space? You saw, right, and this is you getting into, right, this is you getting to the heart of the wound, because the identification point of another, seeing another of that ilk, right, someone of that ilk, except the makeup around their left eye was smudged and across a large part of their cheek. And they identified the fact that the individual was angry and explaining and lecturing about something. They even stood up and pointed their finger at you. But whatever they were saying just went through one ear and out the other, right? Because you said you sat there and you were watching, but the individual, and you identified the figure of the boy in that moment, which is effectively identifying not necessarily being intimidated or impressed, because, right, they're navigating every moment with that trepidation of someone, right? They're navigating every situation with the trepidation of someone that is potentially trying to have fun at their expense. So that is how you're effectively, not only are you seeing or working into the context of the healing, but you're also seeing the quality and condition of the impact that that pain caused to that individual. You then identified, and in the space by which you saw that the makeup was smeared was the observation of, right? And that's that the reason that the makeup was smeared there was because there was a tear there, right? The reason that there was a smear there was because there was an energetic tear there, and the space by which another person was identifying or articulating is the space by which, right? Like the space by which another person is not, has let go of compassion, right? They're not taking, did you notice that there wasn't a tear there? It means they wiped away their compassion, right? And chose again to try to go through creating impact, right? So that's what we see that's potentially happening there. And the thing is, and this is the thing about it, you have to understand that child, like that, the child has become fearless, right? Because the thing is that, like, that's not the energy that's intimidated. That's the energy that's had to find themselves, and they're very confident within themselves. And that's why, again, it's the sadness that's occurring there was the fact by which, if there was explanation, it would be conversation. But this is the continuation of understanding that intimidation, right? Intimidation does not get us anywhere when we're trying to work towards a sense of purpose, right? We understand that when we're working towards purpose, we're going to have to energetically encounter intimidation from those, right? From those who are potentially trying to make a false impression. Now, this brings us to the space by which you identified an office building. And this is what's important about that, right? Because this was all of the energetic appreciation that was arriving prior to moving into the next part of your experience. And it's very interesting, the fact that you had a guide, right? You had a guide showing you an energetic lesson to help you effectively navigate what you're effectively seeing continuing in the space of the second part of the dream. And there you identify that you're in the back of an office building and on the fourth floor with actual friends, okay? And you said it was a Friday and you were surprised to see both of them at the office on a Friday. You said you're usually there on Tuesdays. And you were wandering around the hallways and on the fourth floor, and decided to go down to the first floor. You then identified that you found a place on your laptops in the room that's normally used by management and executive assistants. You identified that you'd lost track for a little while, but then showed up again, and in the end decided to head home to work there, and you were chatting a bit longer. So, what do we effectively identify that's occurring in the second part of the dream? The second part of the dream is working into the identification point of, and remember, when we're working through shadow work, we often see individuals in the dream space that aren't necessarily embodying the qualities and characteristics that we would typically apply or ascribe to things. So what we're effectively identifying here is an observation or a circumstance or situation by which you are working through the energetic capacity of being surprised to see them both at the office on a Friday, because you're usually there on Tuesdays. So there's already something there that feels out of the ordinary. And you identified that you were wandering around the hallways on the fourth floor and decided to go down to the first floor. And when you did so, you found a place for your laptops in a room that's normally utilized for management and executive assistants. It's interesting because when we're talking about, we've talked about this before, right? Like in the dream space, we've talked about your desire to energetically explore, right? But you said that you found on your laptops in a room that's normally used by management or executive assistants, right? It's interesting that we're seeing this here, because what we're effectively identifying is the work, and you identified that in the process of doing this, you lost energetic track of someone, right? You identified that you lost energetic track of someone, but then they showed up again. And you identified that you decided to head home to work there, and you were chatting a bit longer. What's interesting about that is working into, right? And this is where I see a little bit of that shadow work occurring. The state or nature by which you energetically articulated upon the nature of working through situations and exploring but losing track of things. This is effectively understanding where you effectively lost that individual, right? Because was it if you were navigating things together, right? Then what was the nature by which you energetically lost them? Because the observation as to whether they moved away from you, right? Or if you were doing something together, can often articulate and define upon, and this is what we keep on seeing, one's personal sense of autonomy, right? And so what often happens, right? And it's interesting too, because I feel like even in your dream space, you are someone who is very autonomous, right? And the autonomy point is the space by which you effectively navigate circumstances or situations, not feeling, right? And this is why we keep on seeing, and this is what's interesting about it, right? Shadow work, right? Shadow work is often navigating circumstances or situations. We can only experience things in the dream space that have effectively happened to us, right? So the quality and condition of navigating through circumstances or situations by which you found your own internal confidence, right? That is potentially articulated or identified in the higher in the part of the dream, right? Because it's the energetic qualifier by which, right, you're not necessarily, when you're moving autonomously, there's the assumption that others are moving autonomously too, not the space by which one feels the necessity to energetically check on others, because you assume that if others were in need of something, they would energetically let you know, right? So again, this is interesting because in the state or nature by which you're navigating this, we see that is this is the guides potentially trying to show you a quality that you have that is very energetically unique, that like potentially sets you at times, sets you apart because of the way that you're effectively perceiving things. So there's something very important about this being that shadow work dream, specifically and particularly because it's helping you identify what you yourself are working to heal, right? It's helping you get back to the source of the wound, but also being able to navigate and recognize the energetic impact that the wound has potentially been having upon you as it relates to the way that you perceive upon things. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I mean, you'll actually have priority, which means we read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you, Nikki. Oh, appreciate that, Saint. Right back at you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's why you saw that energy of the child, because the child was like, you can't hurt me. I've seen cruelty in my friends, right? Like that, like that's where you see that energy coming through, because it's identifying or articulating upon like the quality and condition by which like true friends don't do that, right? And that's why that person became so became so strong, because like they were energetically wronged by others. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Another abandon, but I feel like there's something, yeah, I know. But the thing about it is like that energy that you are seeing, that's how the guides see you, per, right? Like they're showing you some kind of situations in the past by which something similar or akin may have occurred, right? You've got to have some compassion for it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Wele. And thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, XQ. Oh, that's fascinating, Per. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm happy to read the list. So the list we have right now is we've got, I'm still looking for Nick's. We've got Nicole, Addison, and then we're going to do one cards. And then we've got Lydia, Nikki, and Stella. I do my best, Pamela. There are those who know more than me. There are those who know less. All right, let's continue. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is we're going to be, if Nix is not here, the next person on the list, I'm still looking for Nicole. If Nicole is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Addison. I need to point out, and I know that sometimes when we're reading here that the energy can be triggering. I've got a very simple rule as it relates to being in the chat space. You have to hold compassion as we're doing these readings. That is inclusive to myself as well. So for those individuals who are on the place where we keep the videos, who are articulating upon the fact that there's something here that creates fear in you, I need to point out there's no need to be able, you don't need to necessarily stay here if you're feeling that highly triggered. I want you to make sure that you're making the compassionate choice in terms of where you are choosing to be, rather than potentially trying to project that fear on me. Right? I was literally giving a dream interpretation for an individual I'm not sure why, like in the space by which you're effectively feeling triggered by it, like allow that to be the observation of the shadow work that's potentially coming up in you as you're potentially re-experiencing something that energetically hurt you. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. But I have a very simple rule here. We have to have compassion to those who are in the chat space, and also that's inclusive to me as well. So if you continue to project on me, you will be blocked and muted. And again, I help, and as I block and mute you, I also hope you find the healing that you need on your journey so that you stop having to project that onto others. All right. Let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is, if Nicole and Addison aren't here, then the next person we're reading for today is going to be Lydia. Lydia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Okay. I don't think they're crazy. I just think that they're very highly triggered. I think that something that I articulated has triggered an old wound. And again, I hope you find the healing that you seek around it. I truly do. All right, one moment, please. All right, let's get to it. Hi, dear. Excellent. All right, we've got Lydia here. We're doing, before we continue with Lydia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. We'll do that again after the next reading. Lydia, it looks like Addison is back. That was I could not, I apologize. So you are right. You will be up right after Addison. Thank you for your patience. Absolutely. And thank you guys for helping me see that. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Reza, we don't look to the tarot to make choices for us. We look to the tarot to help to get advice around circumstances or situations. Absolutely. I got you, Addison. Okay. I know. Yeah, I need to point out, right? Like we can expect things like that when we've got Mercury retrograding in Cancer. Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right. And just bear with me a moment. And I've got Addison up. Can I please get, we're doing highest priority from Spirit, please. Two more. I mean, you know, the thing that's hard about this is, I mean, I'm just gonna tell you what I'm seeing here, Addie. I see somebody that, um, I feel like I see a situation by which you recognize that someone is confronting their shadow, right? And it feels like it's in a big way. And the thing about it is when another person has allowed their fear to get the best of them, right? There's very little that you can do that feels like the right thing to do, right? I want you to write down, right? I want you, if anything is happening right now, okay, this is the most important thing that you can effectively navigate around a circumstance or situation. Just bear with me. Mm-hmm. There it is. I'm gonna write these words. I'm gonna write these words in very big, I'm gonna write these words for you in like very, very big letters. Okay? Because they're gonna purify the situation. Okay? And they feel like they're coming directly from a guide. I mean, you're connected to your guides, so you know. All right, you ready for the words? Okay. Okay. Those have got to become, right. Those have got to become your, those words are your shield. All right, those are, I want you to think like your guide right now, that's what's written on your shield. Okay, like that's what's written on your shield. All right, I want you to think about the fact I just see you moving through situations right now with this shield, right? Like there's that shield, and I want you to carry that shield everywhere, which is saying, what would you have me do? Right? What would you have me do? What would you have me do? What would you have me do? What would you have me do, right? Because that observation or that quality or situation of effectively navigating through circumstances and situations, I feel like that is going to help you, particularly and especially as it relates to another person potentially trying to project something onto you. Okay? Because this is what I'm like, you know, and I want to describe, and that's what, because you have to and this is what you kind of, and again, and here's the thing about I'm getting to, you deserve moments, not weeks. Okay? And the reason that I'm energetically seeing that is you have to understand that it's entirely normal And I think that you know this. It's entirely normal for everybody to need a moment, right? Like things, when things get, like, everybody has their moments, right? Everyone has their moments, right? Like, here it is. Everyone has those moments by which we energetically, like, I like to point out, like, I like to describe it as like a full sieve moment, like, like a full sieve, right? Or you just, oh, like you just have a minute, and here's, but that's what's beautiful about it. When we care about each other, it's a minute, right? When we care about each other, it's like it is here, and then it's gone again, and then we're able to energetically continue, right? Like that is what's so lovely when we're working through the modality of energetic healing. And I think that what I'm seeing from your guides is saying, if if you've taken that period of time and you have shortened it, then I want you to understand that that is the shape of your healing, which is it's the observation of being able to move through. And here's the thing about it: healing, and this is what we talk about. Healing is not an on and off switch. It's building an expertise within our feelings, right? And that doesn't allow the context by which sometimes we have those moments by which our feelings, right, move through us. But it's the ability by which we're able to effectively move right back towards something just as quickly that allows us to recognize or identify how far we've come. So I want you to understand that, because if there's some kind of situation or circumstance, by which you are like a situation or a circumstance by which you are working through or processing a feeling in the course of a minute, right? You're going through the whole healing journey. You understand what you're doing? Look at you. The guide see you. Look at you. Like, look at you. Like, look at you. You're going through a whole healing journey. In a matter of minutes is what I keep on seeing, right? You deserve that too, right? You deserve that too. Which means it should not create the space. It should not create the space by which another person, right? I keep on seeing, and this is the hard part when someone's not healing correctly. And you know this. You know that the sound of somebody not healing correctly is someone who says, like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I need to abandon you for a while, right? Like, don't let somebody say, oh, I need to abandon you for a while for the sake of my healing journey. Okay? That's not a healing journey. That's not a healing journey. Like, it's not a healing journey. That is somebody articulating upon the situation or circumstance by which they're not creating energetic stability. Bottom of the deck. You got two bottoms of the deck coming through. And again, and I think that this is like, we heal together, right? One heals together. And in the space by which one identifies or works through healing together, then one identifies and recognizes, right? Like one identifies and recognizes the difference, right? Like the difference between I just keep on getting the difference between moments and weeks. And I feel like a lot of that is due to the fact that, like, I feel like the only thing I'm seeing right now in relationality to you, understanding and identifying what another person is going through, right? You also need a stable environment to move towards your purpose. Especially, I keep on getting especially given the fact that you're doing sacred work. Especially given the fact that you're doing sacred work. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's is open for tomorrow. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm doing well today, VS. How are you doing? Excellent. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Bridget. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you saw that too. How you doing today, Deep? That's a good point, Bridget. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How you doing today, Heather? We just finished Addison's reading, Nikki. Absolutely. Marceline, I need to ask, we need to make sure that we're not posting non sequiturs in the chat space. So if you're going to communicate, make sure that you're utilizing full thought forms, please. Thank you. Yeah, we all have to heal our own way. But you have to understand, no, and this is the thing you have to understand. We can identify the fact, like, you have to recognize when it works into the context of others' path, it's working into unified purpose, right? A healing journey does not require one to let go of purpose in the journey of holding on to it. Like, you can heal and move towards purpose. Mm-hmm. We're going to be starting the 1 cards. We're going to be starting the 1 card shortly. Yeah. You're so welcome, Bookcase. Excellent. All right. Perfect. You're so welcome, Addie. Excellent. All right, so I know we're going to do Lydia next, because I was recognizing that I said that we were going to do 1 cards, but I did articulate that Lydia was next. So we're going to do Lydia's reading first, and then we're going to be moving into 1 cards. Okay? No, it's okay. No, it's fine. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to be respectful of the fact that Lydia's been patient on that. Absolutely. All right. And Lydia, oh, Nikki, I've got you too. So the way that we were doing it is anyone who got on the list after I went live is going to be read for after we do the 1 cards. Yeah. Absolutely. No problem. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Nikki. I appreciate it. All right, let's get to it. Second call for Lydia. Second call for Lydia. No problem. No, it's okay. I mean, Lydia, it's fine. I articulated that you were next, so I want to be respectful of it. I know you also posted your question. All right, where were we? And if you could just post your question again, dear. I'm doing well, Blue Virgo. How are you doing today? Excellent. I got you. Highest priority for Lydia, please. And before we continue with Lydia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. We'll do that again after the next reading. And we're doing highest priority for Lydia. Please, can I please get, and thank you so much for your patience. 4 cards for Lydia. Highest priority. So these are really interesting cards. It's saying to me, you have to take someone's advice with a grain of salt. You know? And the reason I'm identifying, like the thing about it is when somebody, I mean, you recognize this, like when someone's giving you advice, you have to recognize the difference. Like someone who gives good advice gives advice trying to be mindful of the position that you yourself are in, is all I keep on seeing, right? They don't give advice from their position, is what I keep on seeing, because you have to understand that working into the context and condition of helping you be able to achieve something, may recognize that the way that they did it isn't going to work the same way for you. Particularly if there's something, like, I don't know why, but I feel like I see somebody like holding like a heavy bag, right? Which is like somebody who has some kind of like what will it take attitude to things, is what I keep on getting. Like it's a little bit, it's annoying. It's like, hold on. How do I explain this? I think that there's the one thing I want to identify here, and I'm just going to kind of work backwards, is there are things that we aspire for, and then there are things that others desire for us, right? And so what I feel like it may be happening right now is helping another person identify what your energetic purpose is. Make sure that you're articulating to them, make sure that you're taking a nuanced approach in explaining that there's like, and it's interesting because it feels like you and another person having a branching off point as it relates to an opinion about what is energetically best for the self. And the best way to have a conversation in relationality to that is being able to articulate to another, let the dream speak for itself. Is what I keep on getting. It's like, I keep on getting like, let the dream speak for itself, which says, um, don't get into, don't get into a frustration point about about another person or another individual trying to articulate what one needs to do or doesn't need to do, but letting the dream speak for itself is the space by which we can say to another person, right, that doesn't feel very dream of you, right? Like, it's just like saying, changes the conversation, doesn't it? It changes the conversation in relationality of saying to someone, it's not very dream of you, right? Because it's the space or nature by which we identify or recognize what feels like it's moving in accordance with our dream. And the nice thing about it, and I like to point this out, dreams are a nice palate cleanser, right? Because dreams are a nice palate cleanser, particularly and especially as it relates to those that get too caught up in achievement, right? Dreams are a nice palate cleanser for those that get too caught up around wounds of achievement. And what are wounds of achievement? Wounds of achievement are working through the fact that we don't need to be the best at everything, right? Who cares about being the best at everything when you can be when you're carving a new path? And that's the worst part about it, right? Because in the midst, if you're trying to carve a new path, right, get ready for those who are too achievement focused to be yelling at you at every moment and saying that you're going in the wrong direction, because there's no achievement in new paths. There's no achievement. I know there's no achievement. You're out there. You are like, you're trailblazing. That's what I like. That's what trailblazers do. And someone else being like, but the achievement, and being like, I'm not worried about the achievement. I'm too busy trailblazing over here. Okay. And someone's gonna be like, you're going in the wrong direction, and you're gonna be like, I know. It's almost like I'm trailblazing. But the achievement, I just keep on hearing someone go, like, but the achievement. So I feel like it's really important, because when you're trailblazing, you gotta help others understand. You gotta help others understand that it's not like it's working into the context of being able to help another person see, right, the full shape of something, right? And here's the thing about it. There's a place by which being there's a place by which being the best at something actually becomes very silent, right? And you'll often see this, like those who are on an achievement path will often burn out very quickly, right? Because then they'll be on an achievement path, they get it, like, yeah, I did it, now what, right? You're fortifying yourself against the now what, okay? That's what you have to say to someone, right? You have to say to someone that you're fortifying yourself against the now what, which is help somebody understand. Be like, I want this because you can be the best at it. Be like, okay, but what after? Where do you see, right? Where do you see, like, can you explain what happens after I become the best at that? What does that do for me? Like what does that do? Like, what is, but you'll be the best. The best of what? The best of what? Right? It's making sure it's understanding the quality and condition of understanding what we want to be the best at, right? And the problem is, and this is why this is often hard, because, you know, and I think I see you're doing a lot of work in the shape of helping others understand that we have this let's like a competitive nature is good, but you have to ask, like you have to ask oneself, like the thing with sometimes having a competitive nature can become very problematic, right? Because those who don't, if you have a competitive nature, you better get really good with willpower real quick. Okay. If you've got a competitive nature, like I want to say to you, how's your relationship to willpower, right? Because that competitive nature will take you places that isn't necessarily best for you, right? So I feel like that is really important in terms of framing a conversation, in terms of working through your own healing journey, and again, helping another person see, right? Like having compassion in terms of what another person was trying to bring towards you, but also at helping them see how you're seeing something differently. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list tomorrow, and you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. Just take a moment. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Ivana. Yeah, it's not about the destination. Mm-hmm. Helping others see has been my whole life, and I've been there and now for a while. We'll continue. I feel like it's working through or continuing to do that work right now. And I keep on observing it's not necessarily easy, but your ability to effectively try to communicate to another what feels like it's healthy and productive is helping. Like it's saying to somebody, like, I recognize that you want what's best for me, but saying, but identifying that you also know what's best for you, right? Like if that is like that's the, but helping them see like what that dream is so that they can move towards it more effectively. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. Okay, perfect. Excellent. So we're going to continue right now. We are going to be pausing momentarily for to do the one card readings for superfans and subscribers before we continue into the full reading, the continuation personals. If you are a super fan or a paid subscriber over on the place where we keep the videos, just put your question up. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you'd like to become a super fan or a paid member, now is a great time to do so. Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Stephen. I'm back. I haven't been, I'm here every day, Modern. What are you talking about? Absolutely. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, official. I hope they find healing on their transition journey. And thank you, Shah, for that gift as well. Modern, I'm happy to draw a card for you for that gift. Thank you. If you can let me know what your question is. All right. Mm-hmm. And just bear with me a moment. And friends, we are at 40.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Riza. Thank you for also receiving this message deep. One moment, please. Yep, I got you, Julia. One card on the opportunity. I mean, I see you, I feel like I see you traveling a lot in relationality to that, right? So make sure, like especially with the Queen of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, make sure that you're make sure that you're articulating to another person what your energetic ideal is, particularly and especially as it relates to. I keep on seeing like making sure that you're able to maintain one sense of purpose as you're effectively like doing something in a universal way is what I keep on getting. Animal oracle around that right now. Yeah, hair. You know, it's interesting too. Strega is like, Strega's going nuts on paper. So it actually says like, make sure to review paperwork or make sure that you detail very specifically what it is that you are effectively trying to do, or having some kind of paper between you and another person is what I keep on getting. Ava, one card about that. Strega, that's enough. Thank you. Okay, I know what you want. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me just, I gotta navigate this 1 second. That is not a way, that is not, I know, it's not a productive way to communicate. Okay? Come here. Oh my goodness. Here, Trumpy. Here, you want to come say hi to everybody? I know, I know. Well, now you have to say hi because what did you do? Okay, let go. I know. All right, you want to say hi to everybody? Okay. This is the one who was making all the noise. There she is. Oh, yeah, I love you too. Okay, you can go off to do your things. Okay, where were we? All right. Ava, I've got your card here. I mean, you know, in relationality, so I feel like from your perspective, right? Like you have to understand, you know, the thing about resolving that you potentially identify is when we're working on resolution, then our ability to effectively feel like we've seen everything we need to see, you know, is something that's very important there because bottom of the deck, yeah, Page of Cups. You know, I feel like what I'm effectively identifying there is, yeah, it's interesting too, because even as I drew that, we got the Hangman under that. It's working into the context of being able to build a valuation point when it comes to priority, you know? And I feel like what's interesting about it is I think that it's you. I think that one of the things that may be difficult to resolve is recognizing that you've been the mature one for quite some time. And when you're working through, like when you're working through being the mature one, the words that often are coming out of your mouth as it relates to working through or healing karma is, how could you? Right? Animal oracle. Yeah, right? Because like especially with the like especially with this frog energy that we're potentially seeing there. Um how do I describe this? I feel like I've got some kind of situations and circumstances that Um, I like to point out, like, sometimes there's conversations that we wish we could have, but that we energetically know the answer to. So the best way I can describe what I'm seeing there is like, while we can't ever completely heal some kind of karmic wounds, but if there are conversations that we know we don't need to have because we know the answer, then that's often the space by which we ourselves can be energetically receptive and respective, because we identify and recognize, like, it's not even the fact, but it's like the conversation that we can articulate to ourselves in terms of what we wish we could say to someone, but we don't feel like we would get, like like I want to point, the best way I can describe this from one of your guides is, some conversations, like, you can't have a conversation with someone as it relates to accountability. It's something that needs to come from them, right? So in that way, I feel like, especially with that Queen of Pentacles, that's like the space I see you in. So I hope that helps in terms of the healing. Ivana, one card on guidance on unblock. I mean, I feel like you're in the process of doing it, you know? Like, this is you finding, like, this is you coming, like, this is why we identify coming into our strength, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, Queen of Pentacles, right? You like, if you're coming into your strength, it's not about, like, the block is like, there's no block there, right? Because you have to understand, right? Like, and we kind of discussed this, right? Like a block, like an energetic block that's there for our own protection, becomes like, it's almost like, what block, you know what I mean? It becomes like, the way you can tell is, becomes trivial, if that makes sense. Absolutely. And modern. I've got you, modern. One moment, please. Can I get one card for modern? Um, make sure that you're identifying. Ooh, as soon as I started reading for you, whoa, what was that? Um, I feel like there's something really important about another person being energetically respective about, like, when we care about each other, we don't put one another in uncomfortable positions, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like, particularly with the Six of Swords, bottom of the deck. It says to me that if somebody's put you in an uncomfortable position, make sure that you explain to them what would have been better before making the assumption that it was intentional. Okay? Animal Oracle. Yeah, especially with the fox energy. Don't overread into something if somebody wasn't thinking, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Like, allow, like, yeah, provide the knowledge base. Mm-hmm. I got you. Ruby, one card, please, from an energetic perspective. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. So I feel like there's something important there with the Ace of Pentacles in its upright, um, that feels, you have to be patient and you have to allow something to play out, because I feel like, um, there's something about you not allowing, not trying to energetically force things. I keep on hearing, thinking about show, Yeah, think about show, not force, right? Which is the observation of being able to amplify and articulate that you're just looking for questions. Simple questions should not receive volatile answers. And if that's what's occurring, that is also important to be able to recognize. Mm-hmm. Like it says to me, like just continue to recognize where you're seeing volatility. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Ella, one card, please. Oh, that's beautiful. It was somebody from Spirit. They don't know, do they? They don't know. That's what the dragonfly was. Yeah, wrong car. Mm-hmm. Animal Oracle. Yeah. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Oh, man. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. One card for Bridget on the weekend, please. Devil card in its reversal. This is like, make sure that you're taking some time for yourself. You know, you also, I keep on getting, you also deserve rest. Particularly, and like, it's also like, it's giving me like, I feel like I see something. I feel like I see something. Like it's, I just keep on hearing someone in spirit saying like, give it a rest, but it's not. It's not directed to you, right? It's not directed to you, but I feel like it's. I feel like it's. I feel like it's energetically connected to some kind of karmic energy that's trying to effectively recognize or identify, like, you know, it's giving me a lot of that. Um, it's giving me a lot of that circling back type of energy, right? And especially as it relates to situations or circumstances by which another person doesn't know, like energy that circles, like energy that tries to articulate, um, the energy that tries to make inside problems outside problems is what I keep on seeing, right? Which is that, which tells us everything we need to know about what was energetically occurring at a time that we didn't know what was happening, is all I keep on hearing. You know, um, I feel like there's something about you being able to understand the full shape of something now that's helping you be able to make healing choices in terms of, like, I keep on hearing in terms of identifying or articulating what another, like, I keep on hearing you say, like, sounds like something you should be talking to them about, right? Like that type of energy. Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. Let's continue right now. Alexandra, one card. We've got the Sun card in its reversal, which I actually feel like this is a continuation of what I was seeing in relationality to you, working through or identifying how, working through and identifying how one is, like it's saying, like, this is that feeling, right? This is you tracking down that feeling instead of, like, I keep wondering, instead of revolting against the feeling, like being inquisitive upon the fact that you're potentially navigating an energetic block that may be connected to an intimacy wound. Animal Oracle, the way we can usually decipher if that's occurring is working into the context of saying, right, have I felt like this before? Because when we are able to identify the difference between a feeling, that the hard part about a feeling connected to an abandonment wound is that we have this inclination to move against it rather than potentially effectively experience, like, sit with it. So I feel like that's the best piece of advice. Sit with that feeling to identify what it is asking. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I got you, Ella. Hold on a moment. Oh yeah, you heard her? I know. It's funny, right? Mm-hmm. Dinner for Minnie. One card, please. I feel like I see somebody kind of moving into, um, the way you can usually tell a point of maturation is often articulated in an ultimatum, right? And I like to point this out. This is often why you notice that a lot of maturation moments are built around ultimatums, because it's the understanding that um, ultimatums don't prioritize love, right? Like, we don't, when we care about each other, we don't apply ultimatums to things, right? Because that love cannot exist where an ultimatum lives, right? And when you understand that love cannot exist where an ultimatum is, right? We often have to experience those journeys by which we choose love, right? And it sometimes feels energetically devastating, right? But it's, I keep on hearing, right, a healthy energy never asks us to rip our hearts out of our chest. I feel like that's the type of energy, like, I feel like that is what I see as it relates to someone going through an experience that feels like an energetic reclamation point. Animal Oracle, yeah, particularly with the ram energy, right? Love, I mean, it's saying love is gentle, love is kind, love does not identify or articulate in terms of saying do the, when someone says do this or else, then we recognize that there's no love, like like often you see the context of someone saying what is there to preserve when that question has been said, right? It's the question that answers itself with a negation of love. So I feel like there's something about that observation that feels bittersweet, but I also feel like is empowering, that helps another person in the space of their own energetic choices. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're looking for advice on journey for the deep. Um, make sure that you're not making a choice from an abandonment wound being triggered, right? The choices we make, in the heat of the moment are often the worst choice, because, right, like, this is why we describe the heat of a moment is no the heat of the moment is no place to be able to articulate a choice from, because, especially with energy like we're experiencing now, we're in like very activating energy, right? We're in very activating energy. So make sure that, again, you're sitting with feelings instead of reacting to them. Mm-hmm. How you doing, Esteban? Welcome, Connor. Absolutely. Hi there, welcome, Julian. Silver, I'm not sure. The reason I'm not responding right now is because we're doing one card readings, and we're also doing, for those who are paid members, as well as super fans. So I want you to kind of make sure that you're navigating the space by which it doesn't feel like you're positing non sequiturs in terms of what it is that you see that we're doing at this moment, right? So I hope that helps. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Is there ASMR there? Yeah, did you see? She's a meatball. Yeah, they did. That was what Strega was doing. She's hilarious. I love it when she chimes into the readings. I know, it is adorable. Yeah, I know, I know, but I know. I mean, I know I'm not helping. Yeah, absolutely. I know the belly. Hi there, Esteban. How you doing? I know she's so adorable. Mm-hmm. It's different for everyone, Jupiter. Oh, I do my best, Ivana. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a part of this collective. I'm not sure what you're asking, Ray. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Hi there. Welcome from Florida. Oh my gosh, that is excessive. Absolutely. And mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I mean, in relationality to your question, Silver, I mean, clearly, if there wasn't a higher power, we wouldn't be able to do this work effectively. So, like, you have to recognize or identify that, like, it's it allows for the context of understanding, right? Like that's what we effectively identify here. How you doing today, Frederick? Mm-hmm. I got you, healing. One card. Ooh, I like it. One card for Lisa, please. um Make sure that you're not operating out of a deficit but articulating upon what, like, make sure that you're recognizing a deficit but not operating within one, if that makes sense. Particularly with the Two of Swords in its upright. um I feel like this is like it's allowing for the space by which you're able to effectively see clearly where things are going, right? Like I feel like this is you, this is you attacking the discretionary, right? Which is seeing anything that may be like chipping away at you, but isn't necessarily necessary. Yeah. But I need to point, like, listen, like, I want you to understand the fact that you're seeing the repetition. That's because that it's not your repetition, it's theirs, right? Like, don't let it upset you. Let it reaffirm the fact that if you can see it, it's because you are on that healing journey, right? Sending you so much support, Ava. Thank you as well, Ruby. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Excellent. Hi there, Rachie. Good to see you as well. So Ella, to give you more energetic clarity, I'm gonna reserve the rest of that message in a private because it's sensitive, is what I keep on getting. I'm gonna send that message to you in private once we finish the read, because that's what that animal guide was saying. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's exciting, Lydia. Um, I feel like I see something here that there's something I'm identifying here that's working into, it's identifying or working into the context of um, mutual, I keep on hearing mutual benefit. So I feel like there's something about this that feels energetically mutually beneficial, specifically and particularly because you're navigating, like, or identifying how, like, you're both willing to put the work in terms of identifying what what you need to be energetically responsible on, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with this devil card, like especially with this devil card in the reversal, I feel like I see someone around you that's done a lot of work in improving their own ability to communicate on their feelings. You know, like this is saying to me, like, there's a lot of that, there's a lot of identification there as it relates to mutual effort, especially with this bull energy. um I see somebody, um I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation. The word that was coming through is somebody who's healing from their emotional inaccessibility point, right? And the hard part about that is, I feel like there's something about you being able to be very patient as another person was, like, working into that, that's almost allowing, like, I just keep on seeing something there that is like, I want you to understand, like, it feels like that healing that's occurring between you and them is also a result of them getting better at doing that, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, there's something very important that I'm identifying there in terms of um, giving each other mutual awareness as it relates to what it is that you're working through. So just continue to do that work, because I feel like I see a lot of that energy, right? Like, it almost feels like ancestral healing that's happening to situations and circumstances on top of that as well. You know? Absolutely. No, I got you, Esteban. How you doing today? Mm-hmm. It was a very good sign. I'll give you the full message I'm seeing around it outside of this reading. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why I'm currently grounding yourself. Yeah, this energy is very activating. I got you. Oh, buon compleanno, Esteban. Can I get one card, please? Mm. We've got the Four of Pentacles in its upright. Um, So the Four of Pentacles, like, it's funny that you said grounding, because this is like the most grounding card. Make sure that you're doing what's necessary as it relates to communicating your feelings. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords in its reversal. The Knight of Swords in its reversal is often working into the observation of what we ourselves are trying to do, right? And so I feel like if it feels like someone is getting in the way of something that you're trying to do, just make sure that you are explaining, like, make sure that you're explaining to them what your vision is so that they know what to do most effectively, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like the most important gift you can give another person is navigating something from the state of a patient teacher, right? And a patient teacher is often working through things, but working through things in such a way that one is able to effectively explain, right? Making sure that you're explaining, not just stating, right? Like working into the context of being able to move through something effectively. Hi there, Pops. How you doing today? No problem, dear. Yep, I got Esteban. You're so welcome, Ella. You're so welcome, Lydia. Hi there, Gerardo. All right, let's continue. So we are going to, you're so welcome. So we're going to move back. If we've gotten everybody's one cards, we're going to move back into personals. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Oh, I got you, Nicole. Oh, Nicole's back. Hi, Nicole. For those who are asking for readings over on the place where we keep the videos, all you need to do is become a paid member. Paid members always are entitled to free one cards each day. Excellent. How you doing today, Tara and Ria? Excellent. Hi. One card for highest priority from guide. Oh, we got two cards coming out. Like, don't let somebody try to strike fear in you. You know? Like, I keep on hearing, the louder they are, the less of a leg they have to stand on. Yeah, again, I just keep on hearing the same message, right? The louder they are, the less of a leg they have is to stand on. Like, pay attention to someone who feels like they're trying to scrabble for purchase because, right? Because they know, right? Because they know that you haven't been doing, like, you're like, I like it's just, it's saying to me, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it just feels like they're effectively articulating or getting very hostile to you for no reason, right? Make sure that you're able to effectively just identify and move through things with a sense of proportionality. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. All right, and the next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. We'll do it again after the next reading. How are you doing, Anthony? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Tara, make sure that you're breathing through it, okay? I know this energy can be a little intense right now. You were close. Yep. Excellent. All right. And Nicole, I know that you are also on the list. I'm just seeing here, did you still want to have your reading today? Okay, perfect. Excellent. Um, oh, you want to hold the reading? Okay. Nicole's asking to hold the reading, so that means Nikki's next. Mm-hmm. I can do the reading today, Nicole. I was just wanted to confirm if you were if you. I know that sometimes your time is a little bit difficult, so I wanted to be respectful of that. Okay, hold on a minute. I need to just grab a cord. Okay. Oh, we got to 50K. Okay. Ooh, we're doing a dream. All right. So before we continue, yeah, that's okay. If you feel like that's the case, that's totally okay, dear. Completely understand. We'll hold that off for now. We're going to continue. Before we continue right now, we are going to do the 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K. I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 38. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Nicole, congratulations. You got it. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And we will not do that again after the next reading. I mean, we'll do that again when we get to 100K. Crazy. We're not, that would be a little excessive. All right. Excellent. And can you please let me know? Absolutely. Can you let me know, Nikki, if we're doing a general, oh, you said we're doing a dream interpretation. Let me just pull it up here. And you know that means if we're doing a dream interpretation, hold on a minute. We got to bust out the dream coconut. Excellent. All right. And before we continue right now, I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Dream oh. I got it. All right, for my dream reading, another member of the collective dreamt of me. I'm dream-worthy apparently right now. Thank you for sharing this with us. I would like to dig into it. The individual in question said, for the past couple of nights, I haven't remembered my crazy dreams. However, I just started keeping a dream journal with the information last week. And I dreamt about, they dreamt about you. And it felt very empowering and magical for the person who received it. A bunch of us from the collective were all at a rentable location. We were gathered in the common area just socializing, and then you made this grand entrance and you were holding a small red square or rectangular box. She makes some kind of announcement, and we're all supportive and happy for a decision on a long time process. And at one point, her one piece of outfit was light blue, and then it switched to sage. There were also 3 of her in part of the dream that were white, red, and another color I can't remember. I heard steps in career also. And then I got the numbers 24 and 46. I saw a delightful sitting black bear who was joyfully clapping, and they seemed like a fatherly figure and a name that was associated with the event. There is a theme song titled "The Winner Takes It All." Got you. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. 2 more. Excellent. Continuing into the dream, continuing for context, I figured I have something to do with the fact that your own birthday is coming up without knowing the dream. They stated 2 numbers that they saw in the dream, and one is actually my birthday, and the other I wasn't sure of. But the first inclination was to look up how old my father was when I was born, and lo and behold, that was the number associated to them. I love the band that performed that song, ABBA, and for some reason I randomly get the woke up wondering where he was, and then realized, oh yeah, that's right, he's passed, and I laughed. So I'm thinking that this may have been in a visitation through her in some way. Very interesting coincidences. What does it mean? Well, first of all, clearly there's nothing in this dream that is there's nothing coincidental here. One of the things I like to point out that we utilize when it comes to recognizing true visitation dreams is being able to have energetic confirmation points. I'll also point out that you typically can't remember. You're not supposed to be able to remember words or numbers that you're able to bring back from the dream space. So the fact that this individual was able to effectively articulate 2 numbers that you immediately understood the meaning of helps us to effectively identify and recognize the fact that there's a connection point between this work and your own healing journey. Now, as it relates to what we're effectively seeing there, you identified that the individual in question was not having a lot of dreams, and then there was the arrival point of this one. So it feels very like I like to point out, sometimes it feels like there's an energetic runway to a dream that has import, and the identification point of, and it's also wild in the space by which the person who received this dream just started keeping a dream journal, and often keeping a dream journal will trigger more dreams because then we articulate to the guides that we're actively listening. Now, in the space by which we identify this, we see that you are going through an experience that felt very empowering and magical to the person that was receiving the dream. And you identified that there were a bunch of the collective who were there at what would best be described as a space that was energetically being rented for the occasion. So this is connecting to what we would identify as a confluential meeting point. You identified that you were gathered in the common area and you were just socializing, but then you saw this individual come in, or they saw you coming in, and you were holding a small red square or a rectangular box. And then you made the announcement. You made some kind of announcement, and everyone was energetically supportive and happy for the decision on a long time process. Now, the identification of it being like the space by which one identifies something that is red and something that is square is potentially identifying and working towards purpose, right? Because it is the shape or the identification point of being able to effectively contain your desire in a definitive shape, right? So we see that this is the arrival point, that another person sees you in building into a clearer sense of one's own defined purpose that is identified in the symbol of a square red box. So something that is focused upon the, like, how one is going to move towards one's purpose most effectively. Now, continuing into that, and also in the containment point of the desire that isn't necessarily overriding everything, but in the space by which you're energetically holding it, right? You're not going through experiences by which your desire is moving you away from your sense of purpose. You also identified that at one point they saw you in an outfit that was light blue, and then it switched to sage. So we also see the fact that you are in a color changing outfit. So that's a technicolor outfit. So it's working through, right? It's working through the technicolor outfit by which you're able to effectively navigate or manifest your dreams most effectively. So we see you that effectively recognizing and understanding, right, what feels energetically comfortable to you. So you're getting more comfortable in terms of that. Now, when you identified, you said they heard steps in career. So I would not be surprised if you're working through something right now where you're trying to identify what it is that you want to do in a long-term way, right? Which is the blue that's turning to green, right? The blue turning into green, into green would effectively be, right? You get it? Like the blue turning into green. I have to spell it out for you. The blue turning into green, which is the dream that you're able to find a way to energetically sustain the self upon, right? So the ability of being able to identify and recognize what that career, like what that career path is, that feels like there's a modality by which you can do something that you love, but also in a way that it energetically sustains you. You also, and then the confirmation of that is helping you understand that there's a guidance spirit that's helping you to unify to that purpose even more, right? You've got a guide in spirit that's helping you to unify to that purpose even more in relationality to working into the context of identifying. And that's why, especially, and this is what the most beautiful thing about it is the ancestor in spirit, the ancestor in spirit that protects you showed up in the dream space in the form of that sacred animal, right? Because the sacred animal that was sitting there and clapping, and even in the space by which they identified, and what did they identify? The symbol of that person, that sacred animal representing. They saw that they immediately felt a kinship to them, feeling like a father figure, right? Because, right, and I would be very curious, if there's someone in spirit who had a nickname or something associated to bear energy, right? Because that is the energy that is also delighting to see you on that journey, because it's one of energetic maturation. Now, as it relates to the name, there was a name that's given here. I'm going to refrain from giving the name because that name might be deeply personal, but I want to point out something that's very important in relationality to the name that you articulated and also to the name of the band that you identified, which is the fact by which they read backwards and forwards. Okay. which identifies which identifies unification, right? A healthy journey that feels positive no matter what direction that you move into it, right? And the space by which you identified, right? The space by which you identified the song that was articulated there is, when you identify, and I like to stress this because it's a misnomer of this song, right? It's not the idea that someone who achieves something takes everything, but the person that achieves something is able to navigate through things, and it doesn't let it change the quality and nature of their energetic character, right? It's the miss it's often the space by which we like, it's the understanding, right? It's the understanding by which it's like it's effectively articulating upon the fact that when others are going to think the things that they're going to think, right? But the identification of not allowing another's thoughts, right, to effectively change you or change the direction of what you know is best for you. This is why we saw that that ancestor was clapping, because they were identifying the fact that you're coming into also learning to trust yourself, right? To trust your intuition, to trust your direction sense. And the confirmation bottom of the deck on this reading, right? It's working towards manifestation goals. And I like to point this out. Manifestation goals aren't about receiving things. They're about navigating the shape of the journey, right? Like that's what we talk about when it comes to manifestation goals. It's not about being like I want that, but being like this is what it's going to take to get there. And so again, this is effectively working into the space that you, right, that you're currently on that journey. But here's the thing about it. Once you have, right? Once you have the understanding of that, right? The rest is just the rest is just in the doing, right? The rest is just in the doing, which is potentially is working through, and it's not easy, right? Because it's potentially you being able to identify that you've got your work cut out for you. It's like, but that's why, like, you're not allowing the responsibility to get the best of you, right? You're allowing it to effectively fortify you. So continue to do that work. And even and I got a point, like and I feel like what's interesting about that too is recognize and identify the state or nature by which an individual effectively tries to identify or work into the context of energetically healing, but also in the space of being able to navigate. Like this is what happens when you have boundaries, right? And I feel like that's also why that bear energy was there. Like when you have boundaries, prepare for the feelings, right? Like that's like, when you have boundaries, prepare for the feelings, of those that don't like the fact that you've got boundaries. Like, like, boo, but being like that's just like that's why the song was coming through, right? Like let them heal with that. Let them heal with that is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for 29, 4 card for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today, Rhea? I'm doing well today, Daniela. How are you doing, dear? Excellent. Have a great day, Duff. Hi there, Dinosaur. How you doing today? Make, these, as I mentioned, these are, if I'm ever saying your name, Make, Make, Make. These are donation-based readings. So if you would like to get on the list for a donation, all you need to do, for a reading, all you need to do is send a donation, but the list is closed today, so we're only doing 1 cards for those who are super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan today, you can still have a reading. Absolutely. And just reading over. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to make a note. You know, everybody who was at the confluence. Hold on. Yep. Where's your, Nikki, where's your book? Everybody. Okay, hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, perfect. Yep, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Just reading over. Yeah, collective party offline. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we might need. God, it's there. It's dream. Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, I'm gonna explain off. I'm gonna explain in the disco. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yep. Confirmation, Bridget. Bridget. Yeah. Called it. Okay, and it was on again. So it was on. It was on the bear as well. Okay, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Nikki, the fact that you understand that was like the fact that you understand the nature of the song. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting chills. Thank you. Exactly. Yeah, that's what like you understand what the song actually means. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. The connection to the person in spirit. Oh, thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. More confirmation. Yeah. And Jennifer, thank you for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else, as I mentioned, wants to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Or you'll have first priority. Mm-hmm. No, it's a beautiful dream. Thank you for letting me know where it is, Stella. Just bear with me a moment. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. And thank you for the follow, Jennifer. And hello there, mister. All right. Before we continue right now with Stella's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with the intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Was the horse. We'll do that again after the next reading. Angelic, please. Mm-hmm. Thank you. And 3 more. Oh, got an extra card. So the reason we're doing an energetic read to understand why a particular individual had such a profound, painful impact on another person's journey. And the answer is simple. They put their journey before your own. The context of the context of the violation is one that if you had known the full shape of what was happening in that moment, you would have chosen differently. And not only did they create a situation, right? Like it says to me that there's a situation by which another person strategically took strategically took advantage of your energetic vulnerability, and then further tried to blame you for that vulnerability when you articulated the fact that they had hurt you, right? It's a combination. It's literally, it's like I keep on saying, you went through you went through the trifecta of another person literally losing their spirit. Because when somebody does this, when I articulate to you that there are actual consequences to it, like I can't be more serious. And here's the thing about it. This is why you often see the shape or nature by which another person tries to articulate. Like they lost connection with their higher self at that moment too, right? They've been alone ever since that moment, because there are circumstances or situations that are such gross violation points that our higher selves don't want anything to do with us. Don't have any, they're like no further questions, right? Like literally, like I have to tell you, like the sound you will energetically hear, right, is no further questions, because it's the state or nature by which another person effectively identifies or articulates upon the fact that there's every way you slice it, this person was energetically violating you at that moment, right? They did not care about your dreams. They did not care about your feelings. They did not care about the fact that you were in a vulnerable state. They effectively ran roughshod on you. And what's worse about that is in the space by which you articulated that you were hurt, they tried to energetically deny it. So you identified afterwards, you said in your question to me afterwards, why did nobody else why did nobody else hurt, like I've been hurt before. Never like that. Like this is what happens with trauma. Like the worst part about trauma is it hurts us, but it also unnerves us. So the fact by which this person hurt you to such an extent that it actually made it difficult for you to form connections, this is why I see the angelic around you that felt right. And I keep on, like, that's why I have to tell you the context by which an angelic effectively apologizes means that the angelic realized and recognized that their prioritization had to be to remove you from a situation, because not only do I see a situation by which another person condemn themselves energetically in relationality to what they did to you, but everybody that energetically went along with their condemnation was as well, is what I keep on getting. So it's interesting because I literally see an angelic that had to put you in some kind of, like, I literally see an angelic that had to put you in some kind of morose shit. Like they keep on identifying it to me as a morose shell, right? A morose shell, which is the space by which, right, the morosity, like the morosity that you were effectively moving through at that moment, right? Some of it was was the angelic, right? Some of it was some of it was the angelic that was protecting you with it, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, you know, the thing I'm identifying here is um, there's nothing profound to be found in another person that does not see vulnerability as an energetic gift that needs to be protected, right? Like when I articulate upon the fact that when we work towards navigating upon vulnerability, then it's the state or nature by which others are also like, it's the state or nature by which we do everything we can to effectively prioritize protecting the vulnerable, is the best thing I can identify, like is the best way I can explain it. And the quality, right? Like the quality and condition by which you experienced so much pain. I keep on getting that was the last time they heard that was the last time they heard anything from their higher self, right? That choice had consequences. Like that choice had profound consequences. And in relationality to them being able to effectively work through circumstances or experiences, hold on, that allow for healing. And remember how I said that something that you did recently creates the opportunity for that moment, for that person to be able to start a healing journey. I want you to just kind of recognize or identify that, because everything I keep on seeing in relationality to, I feel like the one thing that you'll potentially continue to do as you move away from that experience is being able to identify and articulate upon the full shape or the full extent of how much, right, someone energetically wronged you. And I want you to understand that has nothing to do with the state or nature of your own person, and has everything to do with them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Jennifer, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. I got you, dear. And thank you for the follow picture. Yeah, they did. The list is closed today, Julia. I do my best, Stella. Hi there, Rainbow. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who is a paid subscriber or a super fan who would like a one card reading. If you would like one, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. Hi there, Daniela. Can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? One moment. I got you. Can I get one card, please, for Daniela? I feel like the question, I feel like the thing you need to ask yourself in relationality to reaching out is, um, has anything, especially if there was a circumstance or experience by which you articulated your feelings, um, you don't, like, it says to me, like, it's almost identifying and saying all we do is tell somebody how we feel and what we desire, and then we move away from them, right? That is you doing the best that you can as it relates to communicating your feelings, but also understanding your feelings are precious, right? Your feelings are precious, and they should be met with mutual, like, the space by which another person shares feelings is the observation of another person identifying and articulating that they feel them too. So it feels to me, I feel like I see a situation by which you and another person are going through a maturation process, which is not, don't let somebody say that they care about you, but they're not ready, right? Because the quality and nature of identifying readiness is identified in the space by which we are energetically prioritizing relationship. So don't let another person try to articulate that, or some kind of like energetic fantasy of saying, like, once they get life out of their system, then you're the one that they hope to settle down with. When we care about each other, we live life together, right? We don't say to another person, oh, just wait till I'm done living and then I'll come towards you, right? Love is the life that we experience together. Thank you, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. That said, make sure that like, that is articulated by making sure that you've communicated to them how you feel and what you aspire to have with them. So as long as you've done that, then you can allow things to navigate allow that to be the point that you are then able to observe how they effectively how that moves forward, right? Make sure that you're finding that bravery to articulate it, and they need that bravery too. You're so welcome, dear. How you doing today, Drew? I got you. Absolutely. Rainbow, one card, please. Came from the bottom of the deck. Um, I feel like it says to me, everybody, it says it happens, like, like it often happens, right? It's not something, like, it's something that happens to all of us. So it should be a situation or circumstance by which you should be receiving some kind of energetic compassion, right? Yeah, particularly and especially with the moon card, right? And so long as one articulates upon taking an energetic accountability for things, is literally taking accountability, is the energy by which we can heal things, right? Because it's the ability by which we're able to identify and articulate what we can do better in the future, right? So don't don't get too I know this energy right now can feel very overwhelming. Don't get too don't get too caught up on it, right? Just allow it to kind of move through you. Avatar, one card highest, please. Um, don't make sure that you're doing things effectively, but not too pushing too hard on things right now. Yeah, particularly and especially with this Eight of Pentacles, um, give give things time to energetically align, which means do the work or recognize, just do the things that you can to allow things to move in the direction that you aspire them to. Yeah, particularly with the Blackbird energy, right? Um, you can, I like to point out when we are working towards things, then we effectively identify or recognize the state or nature by which we're able to effectively um, qualify into the way that we're able to effectively articulate or fortify upon something. So make sure that you are communicating upon that. Make sure that you're doing that work to be able to um, identify what you could be doing. Like what, like it says to me, like shoring things up is the best way to effectively ensure a positive outcome in a circumstance or situation, right? Just allow that to be some kind of point of consideration in terms of how it is that you're working towards things right now. Absolutely. Excellent. And thank you, Psycho, for the follow. You're welcome, Avatar. Yeah, it just says to me like strength, like think about reinforcing things, right? But reinforcing things in a way that feels patient and determinative. Absolutely. Okay. All right, my friends. How you doing today, Kathleen? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And my friends, I want to thank you so much. Final call right now for anyone who is a paid subscriber over on the place where we keep the videos, or for anyone who is a super fan. Hi there. If you haven't had a card pulled today, just let me know. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. Janae, can you repost here? I'm afraid I didn't see your question come through. I got you. Okay, perfect. I feel like this is your card right now. Um, um, I just keep on getting the same message that's energetically communicated through spirit, um, to try to let you know that you're not, they like they've got your energetic back. And I think that I think you know why this is your card right now, because it's helping you understand that spirit, like spirit will always help you understand where you are, right? The important thing to ask yourself when you're feeling like you're not sure where to go is, where are you trying to get to, right? So when you feel energetically lost, refocus and fortify via V, like focus upon the destination. Like let that let that build you into, right, the space or state by which you're energetically finding that stabilization. My friends, they do. And again, I even in the context by which even in the context by which we're seeing things, I've got I had I have information related to your dream from another mentee that was giving confirmation of fact that others guides are looking, like the collective guides are looking out for others right now in this collective as well. So it's like it's really like there's something very energetically beautiful that was occurring there, that I'm trying to get a better shape in explaining collectively, so we can understand what we're seeing directively. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Um, if you became a super fan today or a paid subscriber, welcome. I would encourage you to join our Superfam only disco channel. Just message me a disco gift and I'll be happy to send you that link. You can introduce yourself to the collective there. You can also find out about our next, you'll also find in the perk section a discount code to our next tarot class, which is happening on Thursday, July 16th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards. I want to thank you so much. We'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:30 p.m. 7:30 a.m. PST, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Actually, correction, we will be offline tomorrow. We will be offline tomorrow. But if you would like to get on the list for Sunday, you can also do so via my tree that is Binkston in my Lio. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to everyone who helps to keep this collective as supportive as it is. Pieces, did you also want a card today? I just want to ensure before we continue. I got you. One card, please, for pieces. Yep, I got you. Whoop, that's not one. Okay, they're all coming out. Okay. Make sure, listen, just navigate things right now. Make sure that you're just prioritizing, right? Don't feel overwhelmed. If you feel overwhelmed, just write that list and stay focused upon it as you're going to get everything done. You're going to get everything done on your timeline. Okay? Animal Oracle, bottom of the deck. Yeah, no, don't let stray thoughts line cut. Is what I keep on here. Animal Oracle with the cat, right? Like allow the space by which you're working through things fastidiously. Don't let it frustrate you. Allow it to be something that you're moving through most effectively. Excellent. Oh, I can't wait either, Janae. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much today for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you again. I hope you guys have an absolutely... Hi there, William. We've completed. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for Sunday, you can be the first person read for with priority, and we also offer free one-card readings to those who are paid subscribers if you'd like to become a paid member. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to each and every one of you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. On Sunday. Have a great day, everyone.